Yes, well. Good morning. We'll call the Corpus Christi City Council meeting for August the 18th to order. And if you join me in the invocation, and then we'll say the pledge to the American flag and to the Texas flag. Our Father, we thank you for this day, and we pray that you would guide us in the decision making. We pray, Father, for those that are tending to our community as doctors and nurses and healthcare providers, our first responders in this continuing epidemic. Encourage them, strengthen them, give them rest, and most of all, heal our city and our country. Guide us in the decisions that we make, that they're in the best interest of our community, and remember who we serve as elected officials. These things we ask in your name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, Ms. Huerta, if you'll call the roll.
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni. City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right, Ms. Huerta, do we have any public comment mailed or wanting to call in? Any public comment that's been mailed or wanting to call in?
So we've had no written public comments. Actually, that's a record ever. So today, so we did not receive any written public comment, but we do have a call in.
All right.
So you just bear with me just for a moment. We'll have that person call. It disconnected for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Well, while we're waiting on that, I noticed on my schedule, today's the 18th, and that means that we've got a new Mayor Pro Tem, and Gil Hernandez is the new Mayor Pro Tem between now and the end of the term. So
Mr. Lomax?
I guess he's in the
Okay, great. Okay,
in the
then,
cloud.
Put you on the line, just state your name.
In the corner?
And then you can start making your comments.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in the back.
All right. Good.
Okay, Mayor? We're ready. So I have Mr. Lomax, Brad Lomax on the line. Mr. Lomax, go ahead and make your comment, please.
Morning, everyone. My name is Brad Lomax, and my address is 309 North Water Street. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all as publicly as I can for the street name change from William to Lomax. You know, it's a little overwhelming. I love Corpus Christi, and I am, and my family is so honored to have our name publicly associated with Corpus Christi, and I just can't thank you guys enough. And I promise to work hard every single day not to screw it up. So now you have my public thank you, and appreciate everything y'all are doing for the community, and you all have hired and put together the best city management team that we have in place now that I've seen in the 40 years I've been living here. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lomax.
Congratulations,
All
Brad.
right. Y'all have a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All
Have
right.
a good day.
Any others? That's the only one?
Yes, sir, that concludes public comment.
All right. Then we'll go to city manager's comments and excuse me? Oh, okay. Comments and update on city operations?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm looking around to see, I'm not sure if Annette Rodriguez was going to do an update on COVID-19 and the St. Louis encephalitis.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if it's going to be through the cloud, so I think what we'll do is while we're figuring that out, I'm gonna begin with some of my other comments.
Okay.
And then we'll bring her up if she's here or if she's recording in. Okay, so a quick update on Cole Park Pier. And last week I provided the mayor and council with a memo on an update on Cole Park Pier, and I wanted to just go over some of the highlights so you can have it again, plus the community watching can understand where we are with this project. And so the memo provided or given to you included a list of milestones that were either completed or ongoing, and then also some upcoming milestones for the pier. In February of this year, City Council awarded a contract to Jacobs Engineering for preliminary design. And then in June, the council approved an amendment to have Jacobs complete the design and have the pier ready for reconstruction. The project is on schedule, and a new pier, this is the good news, a new pier will be open before summer of next year. It'll be a brand new pier there off of Cole Park. The demolition plans will demolish the existing pier that's reached its useful life and has been damaged on several occasions. Those demolition plans are 90% complete, and they define the existing structure, condition, and the removal requirements. The complete design of the pier and adjacent park amenities that we'll be doing is about 20% complete. So the design is about 20% complete of the new pier. And some of the milestones completed to date includes the project kickoff, extensive community outreach. We've been working with the community for probably a good year or so, and even through COVID most recently, got some great feedback on the preliminary design on the pier. And I know Councilman Molina's been big on making sure we get a lot of public engagement. We'll continue to provide the council and the community updates as we progress along in this very important, iconic project for the community. And then speaking of construction projects, I also sent the council a memo last week on the Eberhart Road construction project not too long ago. We talked with council here when you all approved the contract. And similarly with Cole Park, we wanted to make sure we had extensive community engagement and updates, as well as business owner engagement. We know that's a heavily traveled corridor with a lot of businesses. And the Eberhart Road construction project is a $14.3 million road reconstruction project. It started in September of 2019, so we're pushing about a year of work. It's a 3/4 of a mile road reconstruction project, and the scope includes a new concrete roadway, sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and ADA ramps. Underground utilities is a big part of it as well, and traffic signals. And the stretch is from Holly to SPID, so almost a full mile. The project is being completed in 6 different phases, and currently we're in phase 3. We began phase 3 last week, and it'll be complete by the end of this year. So in phase 3, about 40% of the construction has been completed. So not quite halfway, but almost 40%. The project is on schedule, and it's within budget. So those are 2 things that we focus on in our capital projects. Is it on schedule, and is it running over budget? In this case, it's not running over budget, it's on budget, and it's on schedule. We are working still and continuing to improve this to work with the businesses along the highway or the roadway, and we send them weekly emails on the construction status. Those businesses have signed up for these weekly email blasts. We're also continuing bi-weekly, twice a week meetings with the business owners. So we meet with them as well to let them know what's going on. And that was part of the commitment we made to the community and to the council about making sure we communicate with the business owners. And let me just, I think Annette's here at this point, but just one final thing, and then I'm going to turn it over to Annette, and that is on the budget. Just a reminder to the community and to the council We've done a lot in the last couple of weeks in the budget, and over the past few weeks, we've hosted 4 successful virtual public input sessions, right, with the community. And they've been in districts 1 through 4. Councilman Roy, Councilman Molina, Barrera, Councilman Smith was last night. Other council members have joined, like Councilwoman Guajardo, Councilman Hunter, and Councilman Hernandez has been on several of them. And so these have been real successful. There's been over 600 community members engaged, over 600 through our virtual budget town hall meetings. They're live streamed through YouTube and Facebook, and we've had a lot of great questions and feedback, not only on the budget, but just on city services in general. A lot of road questions and infrastructure questions that we've been able to answer. We're still pursuing or continuing to work with the council on the budget. Tomorrow, we'll have our final community workshop with District 5, hosted by Councilman Hernandez. And there's 2 additional budget workshops with the city council. We're doing those on Thursday. So we've done 2 so far. We'll have a third one this Thursday, and then a final one next Thursday. And those are at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then if the community wants to participate even more, there's 2 public hearings on the 8th at our city council meeting on September 8th. And there'll be one on the tax rate and then one on the budget. So using our COVID protocol, citizens can phone in or provide written testimony on the budget that day. That day is the day after Labor Day, so just to make everybody aware, we are meeting that day on Tuesday, the day after Labor Day. And then the budget and the tax rate has 2 readings. The first reading is going to be held on September 8th, and then the City Council will consider the second reading and the adoption of the tax rate and the budget on the 15th. So we're making good progress, and we're engaging the community and getting a lot of good suggestions and feedback. Okay, so with that, we're going to turn it over to Annette. Thank you, Annette, for being here. And Annette's going to give us an update on COVID-19. And then also, we did send out correspondence to the council yesterday in the community through our media on a St. Louis encephalitis update. There's a grouping of mosquitoes, I guess, that have been, I don't know if diagnosis is the right word, but they have
that carry
that carry it, but
the
there's
virus.
Right, there's none in any humans, though. So we want to point that out. It is still just mosquito borne, but we want to point out the dangers and the situation with it. So Annette's going to provide those 2 updates, and then I have
Absolutely.
one other update after that.
My apologies for being
That's
late.
okay.
If you can believe I couldn't find a mask. So thank you to the police department. They provided masks for us that have our emblem on them, but I could not find a mask.
Okay, no problem.
So to get started. So I'm going to provide a lot of statistics today. So we're actually integrating our Texas Health Trace with our new Luminaire software system and integrating it. And so I have some great statistics to share with you this morning. So next slide. So I'm going to start with the cases by months as of August 15th. So the total cases as of August 15th were 16,878 cases. And then you can see by month at the bottom, March, April, May, we had less than 300 cases. And then in June, 2119 cases. And then in July, 9907. And then in August to the 15th, 4577 total cases of COVID-19 in Nueces County. Next slide. So the highest cases were the 20 to 29-year-olds. These are the ones we call the super spreaders, 3,207 in that age group. But also, if you look at, we lumped them up as school-age group. 12% of the total cases are in that group. But these also include 0 to 4, and they also include 19-year-olds. And so I'm going to show you specifically for the schools in a few slides. And then you see the others by age group. The largest age groups are from 20 to 59 years of age. And then the lesser age groups are 60 plus. Next slide. So the deaths by months as of August 15th. So in March, we had no deaths, which is great, but we started to see cases. So you always hear about the lag. So you don't have any cases, any deaths in March, but you have cases in March, and now in April, you have 3 deaths. In May, we had cases. We had no deaths, but we had cases, and then in June, you see 5 deaths. And in July, we had 168 deaths. In August, we had 103 deaths. So the average deaths per day in July was about 5 deaths per day. And in August, so far, to the 15th, about 7 cases per day of people dying. Next slide. So I tell everybody I do have good news every once in a while. So if you're younger than 50 years of age, you know, the death rate is very low, about 26 deaths in that age range. But over the age 50 plus, 253 deaths as of August 15th. So 90% of the deaths are in 51 and over. So 51 years of age and older, 90% of the deaths. The highest age range is 71 to 80 years of age. Next slide. So we've been working very closely with the schools because they have tough decisions to make, like everybody else in workplaces and congregate settings and churches. A lot of people are trying to decide what's the right thing to do. And so what we're sharing with them is the information that we're sharing with you, but also that for positivity rate. That's what a lot of people are concentrating on. And so we tell them you have to be careful with positivity rate because everybody kind of uses different numbers, you know, to come to a positivity rate. If you look at the dashboard for the state of Texas, they have a 20% or about 20% positivity rate. If you look at Nueces County positivity rate, the only thing that I can use and feel confident with is the numbers that we have at the health district. And so those are the number of positives that we've had in our drive-through compared to the total number of tests that we've actually run through the drive-through. And that's about a 27% positivity rate. So the decision to start virtually, August 13th was made, but there was also the decision needs to be made what to do after September 7th. If you look at New York started, they said they were going to start in-person instruction August of 2020. But their positivity rate is below 1%. It's 0.9, compared to Texas at 20%. Next slide. So these are COVID-19 cases in Nueces counties by school-age children. So the number of school-age children is 1,247. That's from 5 years of age up to 18 years of age. Interesting is if you look at the bottom of the age group, the 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, these are the ones, again, that are more mobile. The numbers go up. So they now have transportation. They can go places. And we say they practice more risky behavior. And I hate to say that because that's, if it wasn't a pandemic, we wouldn't be saying that. It's not risky to go to the beach. But we're saying that now because of COVID-19 and because of the repercussions of getting the disease. But for school-age children, COVID-19 symptoms in children are generally mild. A small percentage of children have been reported to have some severe illness and even fatal results. Person-to-person spread from or to children occurs the same as in adults. Children with COVID-19 symptoms should avoid contact with older adults and people at any age who may be at higher risk for severe illness from COVID-19. Next slide. What are the symptoms of COVID-19 in school-age children? It's the same as what adults have. The incubation period is also the same as well, the 2 to 14 days, with an average of 6 days. The fever, the fatigue, the headache, the myalgia, the cough, the nasal congestion, the loss of taste or smell, the sore throat, the shortness of breath, the abdominal pain, the diarrhea, nausea or vomiting, poor appetite. Next slide. CDC has a really nice website, and on there, they also have a decision-making tool for household members. So if you're a parent or you're a guardian, you're trying to decide whether you're going to send your child back to school or not, there's a tool, you can go in there, and if you mark true to a lot of this, it basically says that your child is at high risk for contracting COVID-19. Next slide. So the school decision tree, it's also on the CDC guideline, and it basically says that if you have a confirmed person with COVID-19 in the building, what are we going to do? And so it's hard to read, so we kind of broke it down. Next slide. So you have a COVID positive person, you're going to assess the risk, and then you're going to decide whether to close for a short duration, kind of like a hot shot. You're going to do something, it's on a small scale. It might just be that it was in the front office or in a back office, and so you can do something on a smaller scale. The decision really is a much bigger decision when it's in a classroom. What are we going to do? And see, it says basically on the CDC guidelines to coordinate with the health department, dismiss students and most staff for 2 to 5 days at least, communicate with the staff, the parents, and the students, clean and disinfect thoroughly, make decisions about extending the school dismissal. So after September 7th, you could say, you know, we're going to wait and we're not going to start school until this date. So, or if you started school and then you wanted to, you could actually say, we're going to extend the dismissal until October 1st, or whatever date decision is made. Implement strategies to continue education, so go back to virtual learning, and related supports for students, like meal plans, etc. Next slide. So this slide talks about, CDC talks about minimal to moderate transmission spread in your community versus substantial community transmission. We have been in somewhere between moderate and substantial community transmission here locally. And so if you look at that, they're all very similar. They basically say to coordinate with the public health department, have a point of contact for each school. The schools normally contact us by the nurses, so the nurses from the schools will contact our infection control people. So we're going to follow that same practice. And consider, again, extending school dismissals. Next slide. So our hope is that when the decision is made for face-to-face instruction, and we all know that everybody's ready, you know, for some sign of normalcy here, that these students will all wear their mask, because we know that masks work. But we also know that you have to wear it. You have to wear it first, but you have to wear it appropriately. So it can't be below the nose, you know, it can't be hanging off one ear. It has to be worn appropriately. And we all know that a school day is a long day. So we need to make sure that the students that are going to school wear their mask. They're our superheroes. Next slide. The good news is, because I don't seem to ever have any, is so I wanted to show some here, is that the health district's phone banks are getting less and less calls, which is a really good sign. So in March, we had 11,000 calls. That's when it all started, and we started getting all these crazy calls right away. In April, 3,000, May, 3,000, June, almost 22,000. In July, 10,000. In August, 1,647 as of August 15th. So that's good news. But we also know, if you go to the next slide just quickly, that there's a lag. So what you see in June in phone calls, you probably see in July in cases. So people start calling, they start saying they're getting sick, something's wrong, they don't feel right, they came in contact with somebody, and then you see in July, you see the actual cases start to increase. So that we know there's a lag for cases, infectivity. We know that there's a lag for hospitalizations. We know there's a lag for deaths. Next slide. So finally, St. Louis encephalitis. We did get notified yesterday by the Texas Department of State Health Services that we did have a positive pool of mosquitoes in the 78408 zip code. Again, this is a mosquito pool. So our vector staff are very good about doing surveillance, and this is exactly why they do it. So they actually take these mosquitoes and they keep them alive, they trap them, they keep them alive, they feed them actually. They feed them peanut butter, they send them to the state, DSHS, and DSHS actually identifies if they have any type of infectivity. So if they have West Nile or if they have St. Louis encephalitis. We have not seen a case of St. Louis encephalitis since 2016, and so it has been a while since we've seen St. Louis. We hate to see it at the same time we're seeing COVID and flu and everything else. So what we ask individuals is to make sure if they don't have to go out in dusk and dawn, not to. If you have to for work or for whatever purpose, wear long sleeves, wear long pants, but also wear a mosquito repellent that contains DEET, D-E-E-T, and that'll help keep mosquitoes off of you. But during dusk and dawn is when mosquitoes are feeding, and that's when they're going to bite you. Most people will not have symptoms, but the people that do, sometimes it causes them confusion. It's usually the elderly. It's people that are more immune compromised, so very similar to everything else we're seeing with COVID-19 and with flu. Sometimes they have severe neck pain as well, but it's usually the change in mental status, the confusion that picks up, and they end up going into the emergency room. So be very careful. As soon as we do have a cold front, these mosquitoes will kind of disappear for us for a while, but it may be a while before we have a nice, good cold front to get rid of these mosquitoes. So make sure you're using mosquito repellent when you leave. And next slide. And I'm available for questions.
Okay, well, that was a pretty comprehensive report. Appreciate it. And again, appreciate all the work that you and your staff are doing out there and trying to keep us safe. And at some point, this too will end.
I agree.
I just wish it was sooner than later, but we appreciate it. Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. You had a slide that detailed numbers for school-age children that totaled to 1,247. What was, I guess, that's a total for school-age children. What's the most recent data? Is that up to date, or how old is the data on that?
Yes, this data is up to August 15th.
Up to August 15th?
Mm-hmm.
And is that cases total, or is that active cases right now?
No, it's total cases.
Okay, so some of those have-
Already recovered,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no,
Mayor, I have a question, a couple of them.
okay,
Annette, thank you as always. Appreciate all the hard work you do, and, Dr. Dante and your team. Can you expand a little bit on what the Luminaire software does?
So yes, thanks for that question. So the Luminaire software, it's a software that we saw early on in March that Harris County was using. And this software actually will assist us with when people come through the drive-through. So what will happen is they don't even have to call the phone bank. They can actually go directly to the website and they can actually sign on, and they can put all their demographic information. So we'll have all this demographic information that currently we may not have as much of right now, because we try to minimize, all of that. What we get right now is we get their name, we get their date of birth, and we get a good cell number so we can call them back if they're positive. So they put in all their demographic information, and then they can actually pick what day they want to be tested. So they're wanting to get tested tomorrow, they can pick it on the calendar. If it's full for tomorrow, because we know that we only have 500 VTM available for tomorrow, then it'll say that it's closed for tomorrow and they can pick the following day. So it's going to coordinate that, which is very helpful, as well as, take some of that burden off of the phone banks if you're just calling because you're wanting to get in through the drive-through. It also does a risk assessment, and so it'll tell you, like, yes, you do need to get COVID tested because you meet the criteria, or no, at this time you don't because you don't have any symptoms, and so you do not need to get tested through the health department drive-through. So you can use a QR code. So once you have and you've finished and you're set up for your drive-through, there's a QR code that you'll get on your phone. So you match up the phone that we have with your phone through the drive-through, and then all the information comes up, Annette Rodriguez with all my demographic information. So it's quick, makes it, simplified for the drive-through process. The other part that we're very interested in is that we're now doing pulse oximeters through the drive-through. So not only do we do a nasal swab, we also check your pulse oximeter to see what your oxygen saturations are. And what we've found is that we have found some individuals that have low oxygen levels. And what we do is we wait to see if those low oxygen levels match up with a positive PCR. And we have found that over 90% of the time they actually do. And so at that point, you can actually give them a patch. Of course, we have to purchase the patch, but you can give them a patch. They put the patch on, so they stick it on their body. And for 14 days, it actually monitors their pulse ox, it monitors their pulse rate, and it monitors their temperature. So if they're starting to get sicker, you can see those things. So part of what we try to integrate was we have a new COVID-19 outpatient clinic, and so we're trying to coordinate that telemedicine, if you will, with the outpatient clinic. Many of the individuals that come through the drive-through do not have a PCP, and so now they have a PCP that'll do telemedicine with them, and we'll look at their how their monitoring is going with their patch, and then they can, give them the medications that they need based on those results. So it's a really exciting software for us, and we're just real excited to get something that we can integrate with the Texas Health Trace.
Annette, that is fantastic news. I know, several months ago I was worried about the contact tracing. I'm going to go into that in a little bit, but I'm really enthused to see that we're testing the oxygen levels. Because that's what I'd read, that those individuals are obviously most likely going to test positive, and that's real information that can be used. I think that's fantastic. Now something that I think if we could look forward to take a step further, I know that there's different applications or different mobile apps. I have one it's not real popular here. My daughter sent it to me, but I know everybody gets tired of me saying she's in New York, where they have bigger, faster, stronger. It's an app called the Citizen app. And it has a system where people it has the questionnaire where it's on their phone and it reminds them. And then it also has resources of where you can get tested and if you would qualify for a test. And then it also helps with the contact tracing. So that way that individual, once they get to the point where they may have, then who have you run into? So I think that's something else that we could pursue that's going to help us be more efficient and give the public more information. I noticed in your last presentation, which was great, but I was disappointed at, obviously, like you said, delivering bad news, is the majority of the infections and the majority of the deaths were in the 78415 zip code, which is in District 3. And I think by testing the oxygen levels, and I think you've already started to build that bridge of where I was going, by testing the oxygen levels and you find that those individuals don't have a PCP, there's individuals and us, and I'm guilty of it too, as, all males and Mexicanos in particular, we have this where I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be all right. I'm going to be okay. And it's just our attitude versus if somebody tested our oxygen level and it's, below 90, then obviously that person, especially the older they are, they need to seek medical attention. So I'd like to see, and I had mentioned it to Peter, if there's a way that we could really identify the areas where we're having all these infections to ensure that somehow or another we communicate with them to make sure that they've got a PCP, to make sure they've got access to care, access to medications, so that way we can prevent those deaths and we can get to them early enough so that way from being in the hospital, filling up those hospital beds. So I know Peter's been working on it as well. Or both Peters, what is it? Peter Collins and Peter Zanoni. So if you could pursue that or have someone pursue that, I think it would go a long way in their community to prevent deaths and prevent not only deaths but illnesses and then clouding up those hospitals.
And I appreciate that comment, and we have been looking at zip codes, and I think that's the great news about the outpatient COVID clinic, is that it doesn't discriminate against, what zip code you live in. It doesn't matter what zip code you live in. If you need telemedicine for COVID-19 and you want to speak to COVID-19 experts, that's going to be the place to go. And that number is 826-8019 for COVID-19. 826-8019. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, anyone else? Well, thank you again. Keep up the good work.
You're welcome.
Keep the faith.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Annette. We'll see you later on this
Thank-
afternoon in the
okay.
press briefing, right, at 5. Okay, Mayor, just one more item, and then we're going to turn it over to you. So this last item is an important one. It does deal with the fire collective bargaining agreement. And today, the mayor and the city council will consider approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association, Local 936. Last Friday, the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association voted in favor of the proposed tentative agreement that was negotiated, and it was negotiated within the 45-day challenge period that I had given to the negotiating teams. They beat that 45 days by a couple of days, and the 4-year contract would run from October 1, 2020, this October, through September 30th, 2024. And through the agreement, both sides were able to come to terms on economic and non-economic issues. The agreement is favorable to the employee, and it's fair to the city tax and ratepayer. So it's good for both parties. It's favorable to the employee, and it's fair to the ratepayer. We care, I know the city council cares, I care as city manager about each one of our 414 firefighters that work for the city. And this contract demonstrates our commitment to them, and I know it does for the council as well. The agreement provides pay increases or salary increases. There's increases in longevity pay, assignment pay, and certification pay as well. The agreement also has healthcare changes. These are expensive benefits in today's day and age, healthcare is, but the negotiating team worked to develop a healthcare plan that is good for the firefighters, their dependents. And one reason it is good is because it puts the firefighter and the families in the driver's seat of managing healthcare costs, not only for themselves, but for the city. So it's a win-win for both parties in terms of healthcare. I want to thank everyone that was involved in the city staff side as well as the union on their hard work and efforts to finalize the negotiations of the agreement. And I did want to take a moment just to recognize those individuals that led in this effort. And I know Chief Roach is here. He didn't actively participate, but many of the persons worked under his leadership, and it's because of his overall leadership that we're here today in this good position. So from the city manager's office, my chief of staff, Michael Rodriguez, was very instrumental in leading the team. A lot has been said, and I want to say it again, that city attorney Lilia Castro was very instrumental in getting us to this point today. Our new human resources director, Yvonne McCaney, was a big team player. Ramon Henderson, who we recruited from Little Rock, helped on the employee benefits side, our employee benefits manager. Eddie Houlihan, our budget director, was involved, and Deputy Fire Chief Richie Quintero was also involved. We know Johnny Stobbs is here today, and we want to thank him. I called him this morning to personally thank him for strong leadership and doing what's right for the city and his members. And we also want to thank Vice President of the union, Steve Bowers, as well. So with that, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you all. I think the mayor will announce, but we're going to go into executive session to discuss the contract, and then we'll come back out and consider the approval of it. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we want to go into executive session. Mr. Staub, would you like to have a moment before we go into executive session or after we go into executive session to speak?
Always, Mayor.
All right. Well, we're glad you're here. Yes, sir. And in today's COVID world, when we go into executive session, I think we clear the council chambers, except we use this for the executive session because of the distancing requirements and everything. So
Right.
When I finish reading this and we go into executive session, I'll ask all folks that are here that are not included in the executive session, if you'll excuse yourself for a few minutes
Right.
Outside. And while you're out there, there's a vending machine. It's got crackers and soda waters in case you want to get you something. And the city needs the money, and you need the nourishment. So then when we get through, we'll call you back in. The council will go into executive session on item 17, fire collective bargaining, per the Texas Government Code, section 551.071. After the E-session, a motion will be made and the agreement signed, and then we'll have Mr. Stobbs make a few comments. So at this point, we'll go into executive session under section 551.071. Call the meeting back to order. And I'd like to, we just completed information on the firefighters contract, and Councilman Roy, got a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'm happy to make this motion authorizing the city manager to enter into a 4-year collective bargaining agreement with the city, with the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association for wages, benefits, and working conditions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any comment? Mr. Stobbs, you got any for or against? Oh. All right. Well, Ms. Yeah, come on down.
I'll try to make it quick. Sorry I don't have my tie on. I was anticipating something a little different, but Peter, I wanted to thank you for your leadership. You gave the association unfettered access to Michael. That was a big help to us. I think earlier you said that you talked about Lilia. Lilia is a keeper, guys. She is something else. I want to thank my team. I want to thank the membership of the association, and we look forward to the next 4 years. Thank each one of you guys. We appreciate it.
Yeah, don't take off too fast. We want you to
Oh,
sign
we
it.
haven't voted yet. All right, any other comments? Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll before he signs up?
Yes, sir. So for passage of motion 17, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council members Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
Guajardo, Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
and Smith.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, Mr. Stobbs, you and the city manager are now authorized to sign the contract
sir.
if you agree.
Yes, sir. Signing this on behalf of my membership.
So does that mean we won't see you for 4 years?
Well, I hope not, sir.
And little birdie tells me you became a grandpa during all of this?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'll be glad when I get my hands on him. It's tough. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it, and appreciate everybody's negotiating in good faith.
Johnny, we're going to try to take somewhat of a social distance picture in the well. Yeah, Mayor and Council.
Yeah. Whatever. I guess we better put our masks on here for the. Yeah. They look good. You need, if you're nice to the chief, you might get one.
Now the fire department takes care of
Oh, yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. All right. Where's Peter? Oh, there he is down there. Yes, sir. Take care of your grandbaby. How long's it been?
He's 6 months old. We haven't touched him in probably 2.
Of course I did.
good. Yeah, thank you. Sir. I didn't know that. Purple would have been better than nicely done. I had my time now. I know what happened.
Can you crop in a tie? I need to do my homework. Thank you, sir.
All right, well, we'll call the meeting back to order. But I do think it's a reminder to the public that, you know, while we've been hit with the pandemic, we've been hit with hurricane, city business still goes on. And kudos to the manager and the staff for not just passing out from sheer exhaustion over the last 6 or 8 months between the COVID and the hurricane, trying to maintain a regular day-to-day operation of the city. I think the staff is to be commended and appreciate that. Ms. Huerta, we're at item G, which is the minutes of the regular meeting on August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
And the workshop on August the 6th. Entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second on approval of the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? All right, the item passes. Board and committee appointments, Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, Ms. Huerta says she's rescheduling that for next week.
Yes, sir, for next week.
All right, and then on the Arts and Culture Commission, those are mayoral candidate appointments.
Hey, you're on. Mayor,
Yes?
can we get a better explanation as to why we're not voting on the Parks and Recreation? It seems like we have enough candidates for the actual positions that are open.
Yes, sir, we do. We've received some additional applications, so we wanted to give the council some more options. So we're moving, we're
Were they
rescheduling it.
received after the filing period? I mean, we changed that to 2 weeks. I mean,
Right.
are we going to be doing that for other boards, or are we just going to do it for this one?
It was just upon request, so since it's an advisory committee.
Upon request from who?
Well, it's an advisory committee, so if you're opposed to it, we can take it now. It was just,
Like I said, I just wanted some reasoning here. We had enough candidates.
if you'd like to move
Was
forward,
there a
we can.
specific request
Would
by
you
someone?
prefer?
City Secretary is recommending we schedule it next week, so I don't have a problem with that. The more
Okay.
people you got to choose from, the better, I guess.
Yeah,
Look at the
well,
mayor's
it was
race.
just, yeah, like I say, it's an advisory committee, so I thought it would be just to have a little more choice. But if you're ready to go today, we can.
If I may interrupt, to have more, I mean, what's the basis, though? More people, more diversity, more what?
More people.
And this was a request, you said?
Well, yes, it was.
Request?
Well, there's just a gentleman who had been, I guess, asking the council, and
Okay.
we thought initially that he was on the list, and he wasn't. So it was just an opportunity to allow an additional person to apply. I'm sorry, since it's for an advisory committee,
Right.
I thought that would be
I'm okay with that. I just
acceptable.
didn't know, I'm okay with that. I just wanted to know for what reason, and I'm good. Thank you for answering.
Sure, okay.
So just as a procedural aspect to this, should we, since it was published, are you officially pulling this at the request of an applicant or at the request of city council?
It was just a request of a city council member.
Oh, okay. All right, in the future, if you could include that information, because here I was expecting to put this in place. If we can have some sort of procedures to, if we are going to withdraw that you have some reasoning behind it. There was nothing in your email regarding.
Well, I did say, yeah, it was to just have some more choice. So that's all.
Okay, maybe we could put a policy together as to how that goes. This just seems kind of random.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry
I
about that,
don't have a problem with
Counsel.
delaying it, but just for future reference.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that.
Any other comment? All right, the Arts and Cultural Commission are appointments by the mayor's office, recommendation, and I'd like to recommend a reappointment of Carolyn Mock, representing higher education, and Nicholas Janak for architecture, and then a new appointment, Simone Sanders, representing youth education. Now, I entertain a motion to approve these recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank them for willingness to serve, and thank the council for supporting the recommendation. All right, on items, the next, go to the consent agenda, items 3 through 13. We'll pull item 3 for a separate identification and discussion. I understand Mr. Smith that wants to abstain from item 3, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so agenda items 3 through 13, we'll pull 3. Anybody, any council member have any of the other?
I'd like to pull number 4, Mayor.
Number 4. Okay, and
Mayor, can we pull number 10, please?
number 10. Okay, and I don't know that it needs to be pulled, but just for the public's information on agenda item 13, this is the resolution to consider the future property tax rate, which is currently 6.646264, is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
And what this motion does is proposing that that be the same tax rate for next year, no tax increase.
That's correct. No property tax rate increase.
So, I mean, on the consent agenda, this just kind of slipped through, but I think
Yeah.
if there's any media here watching or on TV or WebEx or whatever miracle of visibility or sound you have, I think that's a pretty significant item to have, but it doesn't need to be pulled unless somebody wants to talk about it more than that.
No, I think that's good, Mayor, except also the budget as proposed has no rate increases either, no utility rate, no user fee, or any other rate increases.
All right. Okay, then we got items 3, 4, and 10 that we're pulling, is that correct?
And Mayor, did you also want to pull 13, because that's a
Oh, you
roll
want a
call one?
roll call vote on that
Yes, sir, just so it's
individual.
real clear, that's a roll call.
All
It's
right, well-
required by law.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion for items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12 on the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Mayor, we asked to pull number 11 as well.
11, okay.
Yeah. Any particular reason? No, never mind. Okay, so we'll go back and need a motion on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12.
So moved.
Correct? Who made a motion? Ben?
Yep.
Mr. Molina made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms.
Ms.
Barlow?
Fajardo?
All right, so there's a motion and a second on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Item 3, who wanted to, Greg, I'll entertain a motion on item 3, and Mr. Smith will abstain.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item 3. Councilman Greg Smith is going to abstain. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. You want to call the roll on that one since there's an abstention?
Yeah, yes,
Call the
please,
roll on
Mayor,
that
if you don't mind. So Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Councilmembers Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
Guajardo,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
and Smith abstains. The motion passes.
All right.
Ordinance passes, excuse me.
Okay. Now we go to item 4. Somebody wanted to pull that one.
I did, Mayor.
Okay, yes, sir?
Just a quick question. On item number 4, we're approving this TERS 5 for, I guess, as an incentive to be able to develop that area. And we're going to use monies that we'll forego on taxes in order to be able to do infrastructure improvements. Yesterday, I'd gotten a text picture of a for sale sign on those 266 acres or whatever it is. And I just wondered, in the case where our developer sells that tract of land, what kind of obligation are we under? And do we still have some say as to what is developed on that land? Because we're promised all this housing options and retail and such. So I'm just curious as to what control do we have in order to be able to assure that we're going to get the kind of product that we, in whatever time frame it happens, but that we're going to get the product that we were shown when we willingly gave up future tax on that revenue on that tract.
Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. That is something that can definitely be included within the project and financing plan. Normally in the TERS, what we're doing right now is just setting those boundaries, the time frame, and the percentage participation. But as far as what is being promised in the development, and whether or not this agreement is assignable to someone else, would be included in the project and financing plan.
Okay, we've properly vetted, the EDC has properly vetted this developer. It
Yes.
is shown to be able to have the resources to be able to deliver what's being promised.
Yes, sir.
So again, that property, that tract of land being sold to someone else that we haven't properly vetted, then there's got to be some concern to make sure that the language that we put in there is going to be sufficient to protect the cities and the entities'
Yes, yes, sir.
interest. All right, thank you. Move to approve.
Can I just add to that, we're going to come back to the full council with the project and the finance plan?
Yes.
That has to be approved by the city council. So this is step 1
Right.
of several more steps that have to take place.
I have a comment, Mayor.
All right.
Well, I just want to say that I know, and there's been some conversations about this and why are we, going about this particular TERS, and it is a different kind of TERS. And these are done in other parts of other cities, I should say. This is the first one for the west side of Corpus Christi. I think that's very important that we are supporting economic growth, residential homes for the west side. So I think because we have that responsibility to also grow that side, and I know for years we've tried, councils have tried prior to us, very difficult. So this is, yes, it's a different type of TERS, but it is supporting a side of town that it's had its challenges. And so I can say that I have asked the developer personally and Heather and your team some very difficult questions, and they have all been answered. I had conversations with the developer just this morning over, the commercial part of this. This is $320 million in value that's going to come to this area. So although I know people have their opinions and thoughts about this particular TERS because it is not the conventional thing we typically do, it is very much, I believe, justified, and I think the west side deserves that. And I think that staff and the developer, as far as I'm concerned, have answered so many questions for me. And Mr. Garza, I think you're absolutely right. The funding, we've seen projects come before us that have just dissipated because of certain issues, and that's what we don't want to happen. I think 20% of this development attaches itself to commercial, and the rest of it is the residential, which we greatly need. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting it, and I really look forward to seeing that agreement and making sure we've got some very solid milestones to follow. So thank you for your work on it.
Any other comments on item 4? Yes, sir.
I wanted to clarify, so Rudy, you're saying that that property is now up for sale?
It has a sign. Maybe the sign was up there all along, but
Okay.
someone just
Does
sent me a
anybody-
picture of the sign that says that the property's for sale if you guys are incentivizing to develop it in a certain manner. Why is the owner putting it up for sale? What I didn't want to do was just add value because we're creating a TERS for that track and then for it to be sold and developed in a different manner. But if there's going to be language in the financing plan that's going to give some protection there, I'm for it.
Do you have any knowledge of that property?
No, the last conversation I had with the developer was that the land is being held in a LLC, and that the LLC is going to deed the land over to the developer, was the last conversation that I had.
If I may add, Steve, before you go, it's the same for sale sign that it's had for years.
Okay, thank you. That's good enough for me. I just wondered. That was the only thing.
That's what I was going to say. It's been
Okay.
up there for some time, but we are going to get clarification on that, so.
Thank you, Roland.
Any other comments? And this is just establishing the document or the zone,
Exactly.
but the milestones and that, I think everybody's expressed concern. They want the commercial sets of milestones, X number of square feet or a percentage. It started within 24 months. And then there's some consistency because, rooftops are great and I think it's wonderful, but the revenue really is going to be generated by the retail for the city.
Yes.
So, and I think they don't need to be the tail wagging the dog. They need to be part of the lead effort. All right, is there a motion on 4? Entertain a motion?
I made a motion right after
All right,
that.
there's a motion.
I'll
Is there a second
second it.
on 4?
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion and a second on 4. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed?
Technical difficulties in the back. Couldn't hear any questions.
Well, did you want to vote aye or nay?
I had a question.
Huh?
I had some questions. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, we couldn't hear us a little while ago. Just a quick question on this. I couldn't find anything on the BOCO information. I'd like to have some time with the developer, but I just want to make sure, is this being funded by a company called Valor Capital?
I can answer that. No, they're not.
Okay, we need to understand how they're funded. The EDC didn't provide us any information as to how they vetted them, so any information would be fine. I know we have another bite at the apple with the development plan, but I'd like to see it. Thanks.
So as far as the funding goes, we have received letters of interest from both Prosperity Bank and from IBC Bank that they are interested in providing possible funding for the project.
Okay. All right, well, the motion's passed, so thank you very much. Is that an accurate statement? You got we took the vote, right? Okay, then the next item then.
Was it unanimous?
Joette, would you like a roll call?
It's up to the mayor. I'm just curious.
Because he asked and
we
he
can call
knows.
the roll. I mean.
Oh, Mr.
I think-
Hernandez, that's
I
right.
think Mr. Hernandez was no the week before, so I mean, if he wants to vote
Oh,
no
okay.
again, we'll give him the opportunity.
I didn't hear his vote.
Can you hear me back there?
I was not a no, I was an abstain.
Oh,
All right, did you
What
want to
are you-
abstain again?
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. For the record, then he abstained.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then for item number 10, I think is the next one. Is that correct?
Yes, I show 10.
Okay, who wanted to get that one full?
Councilman Hernandez pulled item 10.
Can you hear us back there, number 10, Gil?
Yes.
What's your question?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's your question?
Okay, there's some questions on where the funding came from, and there's some inconsistencies between the 2020 or 19 and 20 CIP and the proposed one. This information is that is in the agenda memo is not in a current CIP, but then it's in the new CIP, and then the old information is gone. So in the old CIP, it's project number 20082A, and that disappeared in the proposed CIP. So I want to try and get some clarity as to where this funding is coming from, what happened to the old funding, and how this is all kind of working out. There's inconsistencies here. Who will be answering that question? Would that be Kevin?
No, it's going to be, Constance, you going to try?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilmember Hernandez, in the fiscal '21 budget, the number changed. It's 18084A, and it says Broadway Wastewater Treatment Plant Rehabilitation. It's just a different number, but the same title.
Okay, but the funding levels have changed. In last year's CIP, there was $10 million associated with this. In this year's CIP, it's
0.2.
It's 6.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe the differences in the funding?
I may have to defer to Jeff on that. It perhaps might be the scope of the project. It's this one. We had 6.2, and now we had 10 million, now it's 6.2 for that one.
I think we might have to take that one offline.
Yeah. We can research and see what the differences are. It was this one.
It's just for the record, and so people that may be watching or listening, it's a 2013 bond funded, 2016 bond funded, stormwater, water, and wastewater funded projects. All right, Jeff, can you explain the bond program history? I think you know about it, right, Jeff? Start with the big picture.
We're talking about the wastewater one?
We're talking about the bond program for the 2013 bond, the 2016 bond for Holly Road.
Okay. So the Holly Road project, there's a long story on this one. I think we could write a novel on it. If you went back to the bond 2012, this was supposed to be a 80-20 TxDOT supported project. Unfortunately, the estimates were not very good, and the TxDOT portion was fixed. So the project, as it was originally planned, was 4-lane median divided between Crosstown and Greenwood. And when I joined the city in 2015, we were pushing forward to bid this, and then we realized two things. We realized we were way short of money to proceed on this, and two, we had a communique from TxDOT that they had reviewed the environmental clearance and that we needed to conduct a noise workshop, and we felt like that process was very likely to trigger a requirement for a sound wall, which could add an additional $2 million to the project cost. So in consultation with council on this in the 2017 timeframe, council gave us a direction to move forward and execute a scope of work that we could fit within the available funds, which is what we're doing. So we're calling this a phase 1 of this project, and the phase 2 is programmed in the 10-year MPO plan, and we hope to ultimately get back to the scope that was originally contemplated of the 5-lane roadway or 4-lane median divided with center turn lanes. But this is just a preliminary step. Did that?
You have any other questions?
Okay. Just as a clarifier, did we move on from number 10?
No, we're on number 10. Did you get your question answered?
Okay, actually, I have a couple of questions to this, and that's specifically, I know there's an existing lawsuit. Will this have any effect on any projects that we're doing
We're
with
on
that
9 and
lawsuit?
10.
I don't know if, you talking about number 9, Councilman Hernandez? That's on the Broadway treatment plant.
Number 10.
Oh, which, do you have the addendum or do you have the,
Yeah, well,
I
that's
think we're mixing 9 and 10. 9 is the Broadway item, and 10 is the Holly
yeah.
item.
Your numbers are wrong, I guess, because mine are,
9 has already been approved.
10 and 11 10 is a Broadway project, and 11 is the explanation you just gave us right now related to the Hollywood roadwork on our agenda. Maybe somebody's
The agenda
agenda.
I
maybe
have,
I'm the
number
one.
10 is Broadway, and number 11 is just like Councilman Garza had mentioned.
well, the electronic agenda does not match the addended agenda, number-wise.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah.
Let's check with Rebecca real quick.
Number 9 on the paper agenda that I've got is the Broadway plant.
Right.
But the legislature starts number 10.
That's correct.
All right, well,
Okay,
Ms.
just a second,
Huerta, let's go back and get, what's going to be the official record?
I can answer his question, I think. We have coordinated on that Broadway issue.
No, Miles, we're trying to get the agenda set. We're trying to get the numbers right. Rebecca, what's the
We
diagnosis?
show number 9 is Plumber Associates, Inc. for Broadway wastewater treatment plant, and 10 is
That's what I've got.
the Holly Road. That's what we're showing.
We show Flanagan
No.
Muffler Shop project on number 9, a 3-year service agreement for number 9. That's what we have on ours.
Yeah, there's just for the record, there's a discrepancy in the electronic versus the paper
Let me
agenda, it
look.
looks like.
Okay,
Rebecca's going to try to clarify.
yeah. I'm not sure.
There's a discrepancy in the electronic when you go online at Legistar and look at the agenda versus the paper version.
I don't know, I'm just, my
I
book
know.
and the paper.
Well, me too. I'm looking at the paper, but Councilman Hernandez and Garza are looking at the electronic. Right, Councilman Garza?
Yeah,
It's a,
so is Mr.
and
Councilman
Molina
Molina.
as well. So, what's the date on that electronic one, Rebecca? Yeah, is it,
Probably ought to,
you have another version on there, the final one? Good. Mayor, did you want to take a 5-minute recess, maybe?
Yeah, let's, well, we can,
So we can figure it out, because it's going to be tough to
well,
conduct
you want to just
business.
take our lunch break now?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take the lunch break.
All right,
and then
well, we're going to
yeah.
recess for lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll try to be back by 1:30. All right, Ms. Huerta or Miles, do you want to kind of tell us, I think the confusion came in that something that was put out earlier in the week, there was a change on within the agenda. And what, for those of us that have the paper, that's the agenda that all of us have been reading from, but what's on council members' iPads is
Yes, sir,
was
there's
not
a,
changed, or it was changed. So tell us what part of the agenda, everything was coordinated, and what we need to do from that point to kind of get it right.
at this point, Mayor, on the consent agenda, on the paper copy, actually on the iPads, there's an item number 7 that was listed, that's the difference. So the item 7 differs from the paper copy and from the iPad copy. So what we'd like to suggest is that we've provided paper copies of the correct agenda to all the council members who have who are using the electronic, so they can reference that. But we did vote on the consent agenda with that, without knowing what the numbers were. So what we'd like to suggest is we reconsider our vote on the consent agenda. And now that everybody's on the same page, we can vote on the consent agenda anew. So would that work for everyone? Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote for the consent agenda.
Second.
All right.
And
All in
Rebecca,
favor of reconsideration
Yes, sir.
on the consent agenda motion?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so
So Mayor, may I ask a question? Rebecca, I've got my agenda off of the city's website.
Yes, sir.
So is that one accurate? I'm assuming so, based on what I heard.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, thank you.
That one is accurate. It's just the one on the iPads that there's an issue with the syncing there for that.
Is there any action required on the Play Well group item? Is that already?
no, that's not on the agenda. It'll be on next week's agenda, the play well.
Oh, that got taken off.
Yes, that got taken off. That's an issue. That one's a discrepancy.
Yes, sir. So we've got a consent agenda that was, and what was pulled was 3, 4, 10, 11, and 13. So that's where we got, so item 3 was not affected. That's the Camacho Resources. Item 4 was not effective. But starting with item 10, that item that was pulled, it was actually item 9 that you wanted pulled, Mr. Hernandez?
That's correct.
The one about the Broadway wastewater treatment plant?
9 and 10 now, as opposed to 10 and 11.
Okay, so 9 and 10. So the consent agenda with it was 3, 4,
Race you up the stairs.
9, and 10. Right? Okay. And then 13, we're just pulling, that was just for a specific roll call for the budget. Okay, so 3, 4, 9,
Mayor,
and 10.
I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding items 9, 10, and 13.
You're not Camacho, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah, we can't vote on that. And 3, I believe.
Well, we
so
already
it's 3,
Ah.
4, 9, 10, and 13.
Excluding item number 3 because I believe
We voted on that
Councilmember
separately
Smith is going
already.
to abstain from that.
No, well, we already voted on 3 and 4.
Right.
Did we? Okay. So let me get my motion straight then. Motion to approve the consent agenda item excluding 3 and 4, since we've already
Voted on
voted on
those.
that, and excluding 9, 10, and 13.
Correct.
Second.
Are you good, Mayor? This is confusing.
all right. We'll get through it.
Okay. So that's the new, we did the motion
So
to
we're-
reconsider, and now that's the new consent.
The numbers we're doing is on this page, right?
Yes, the paper.
All right. 3 is done, 4 is done, 5, 6, 7, 8 is done. We're at number 9.
That's right.
We've had the discussion on the Broadway wastewater treatment facility. Is there any further discussion on this one? Mr. Smith, you had some
Yes.
question or something?
Mayor,
Well, we did we vote? I don't think,
on number
No, we-
9, no, I still have one more question.
Mayor, just can we do a quick vote on the consent as laid out by Mr. Molina? Remember, we just did the motion in the second, but we didn't actually vote on it. We can just get a voice vote. That would be great.
All right, repeat your motion.
All right, it's a motion to approve the consent agenda item with exclusion of 3, 4, 9, 10, and 13. And it was seconded by Councilmember Garza.
That's right.
3, 4, 9, and 13,
3, 4, 9, 10.
and 10. Okay.
Well, 9 and 13. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Okay.
All right, so
Thank
now we're
you.
down to number 9.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, the final question I had on that, Mayor, was specifically on the funding of it. There is, debating on which CIP budget you look at, there's $10 million assigned to that budget, but we're taking this money out of the reserve funds. And I want to understand why we're not using the funds assigned to this particular budgeted item versus taking them out of the reserve funds.
Okay, Camille Tires, Capital Budget Manager. Are you referring to the fact that in the fiscal year 2020 budget, the budget states pay-as-you-go?
It says pay-as-you-go and revenue bonds, but
Yes.
in the new one, it just says revenue bonds.
Okay, so pay-as-you-go is the money that gets transferred from operating to capital. We use that money first on any available project that comes in because we want to use cash before we issue any debt and pay any interest on debt. So the money was used on previous projects early in the year, and as the money ran out, we're using revenue bonds.
Okay, but this doesn't say revenue bonds, it says reserve funds.
Reserve funds.
Wastewater capital reserve, fund 4510.
Yes, though, that's pay-as-you-go. That's the fund that's called pay-as-you-go. That would be the pay-as-you-go money. So if there's money available, we use that first.
Okay, but that's not in the new CIP. There is no pay-as-you-go funds in the new CIP.
Because we're estimating that all of them are going to be spent this fiscal year. And we're not transferring any additional funds from the operating to capital. So it's all going to be revenue bonds in the coming year.
Okay, and just so you know, the revenue bond, I mean, how you have it listed in the CIP, in the new CIP, the pages don't match there either. Where you have it listed in like a spreadsheet format, only says 6.2 million, and the page that it has it on says 9.7 million. So you need to, there's got to be some corrections to that.
Yes, we'll look at that and we're corrected. That was probably an omission on my side, and we'll make a correction. It's the 1 million that you will be approving for fiscal year 21 is the 1 million that is going to be approved by council this fiscal year, which matches to the spreadsheet to the project page. We'll adjust the future years for year 2 and 3, which are, future planning, and we'll adjust that before the book comes out. But the approval portion that council will be approving this for the coming fiscal year will be the 1 million, which matches the spreadsheet and matches the project page.
For this year's CIP.
For the upcoming year CIP, which is 1 million for fiscal year 1 and 1 million for on the project page. And then we'll adjust to match to the spreadsheet.
But you don't have any reserve funds listed in the new CIP.
No, we don't.
Okay, so you're going to take this from this year's CIP or from this year's funding versus next year's funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so in this year's, that project is meant.
If that's the case, you probably should have referred to this year's CIP number as opposed to next year's.
And that's, again, that's a correction that we can look into and make sure that it's going to be adjusted. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion on item number 9.
Mayor, I've got a question.
Okay.
the concern that I have, and this is for engineering, it doesn't have to anything with funding, but it has more to do with the way we're titling this thing. It's considered a plant rehabilitation. This is a relatively new plant, and I know we've got some issues in the way it performs and what it does and doesn't do, and we've been in some issues with the contractor, and I'm just concerned that I was calling it rehabilitation. If there is some reimbursement that we might need to receive or have a chance to receive, if we're calling rehabilitation on a new plant, doesn't that take the opportunity away from being
Miles
able
looks
to
like
get
he's jumping in to take this one.
reimbursed?
You are correct, Councilman, and in our counterclaim on the underlying lawsuit with the contractor, we are asking for substantial damages.
But if we're titling it rehabilitation, does that just take that ability to be able to get?
Oh, I think it actually makes the point more. And because the contractor did not do his job in accordance with the original contract, that, look, we're already having to do rehabilitation on this plant.
Okay. All right.
All right, any other questions on item number 9? This is the project that just keeps on giving or taking. Any other comments? Entertain a motion on item 9.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, there's a motion second, begrudgingly by all of us, but we got to keep it going. Any other discussion? All in favor? You want a roll call on this one?
Okay. So for passage of motion 9, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Councilmembers Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo? Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
And Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Item number 10 was the previous item number 9, I guess. So
Yes, sir.
does anybody have any questions on the Crosstown Greenwood project?
Yes, real quick, Mayor, and I've asked this question a little earlier, but I just want to make sure everybody understands we are not reconstructing this road, and it won't be completely redone. It's going to still look like a county road, so to speak. And I asked Jeff on this one why we didn't get a bid on concrete as per our policy, and I'll let Jeff answer the question.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I'm not sure this was listed in any of those listings that we've distributed because this was a Bond 12 project, but essentially I don't think it would be a good fit to do it in concrete because, like you said, this is an interim step. There's going to be a subsequent phase that is programmed in the NPO 10-year plan to take this out to the ultimate cross-section. And really what we're doing with this project is addressing the existing problems with the pavement and improving the drainage and utilities out there. But this is a baby step towards that ultimate cross-section that was contemplated in Bond 12 for a 4-lane median divided roadway between Crosstown and Greenwood. But based on direction that council gave us back in 2017, we were directed to design and do something, a scope that would fit within the available funds. And that's what we're doing. This is a locally funded project, and there's money programmed in future years to do the MPO project. We're probably going to have to revisit that and try and get that adjusted and increased to handle that ultimate scope.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Need a motion in favor in passage of item number 10?
I move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and second on item 10. Ms. Wirt, you want to call the roll?
For passage of motion 10, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Councilmembers Barrera?
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
Guajardo, Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy, and Smith.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, item 11's already passed, right?
Yes, sir.
13 would be the next one, and that's resolution consider the proposed tax rate at the current tax rate of .646264 per $100 valuation.
Yes, sir. This one's just being, well, actually, it's just being pulled. The state law requires that this have a roll call vote. So we're just going to, just in an abundance of caution, we're asking to pull it separately and have that roll call, unless there were other questions.
Yeah, this is item 13.
Yes, sir.
Entertain a motion to adopt the existing tax roll, no tax increase.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Oh, you want to call the
Yes, sir.
roll?
On this one, yes, sir. For passage of Resolution 13, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Barrera?
Aye.
Okay. Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo? Hernandez?
Aye.
Okay. Hunter?
Oh, sorry, aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Okay, well, I think that's for you, but was any money spent?
Mr. Roy? Okay, and Smith?
See, like on this one.
Okay, yeah, your resolution passes. So confused. Okay, Mr. Smith, I heard you, and then just so y'all know, your microphone is on.
Okay, we've already done the recess for lunch. Public hearing. This is first reading of an ordinance for a 5-year business agreement between the B Corporation and the USO of South Texas for $250,000. Who's going to make that presentation?
All right. Mike Culbertson with Corpus Christi, your Corpus Christi Regional EDC here with good news.
All right.
Yeah, so you get an easy one this time. Here we go. The USO has been supporting the military members for, I don't know, since Noah had a Navy, I think. They've been on board NAS Corpus Christi since 1942. I have with me their executive director, Ms. Sarah Banta. What's happening is they're building 3. If you've ever been on board the station, you'll see right across from the White House, which is now kind of painted yellow as they're trying to fix it up, across the Admiral's house, is building 3. That's where they're located. They were going to have to move off, but the Navy gave them an option to do renovations, but the Navy wouldn't help pay for it. So they went out, and they're looking for a way to get renovations done. Now, with this renovations, now remember, there's no mess decks on board NAS Corpus Christi anymore. So single people who live on base or off base, can go there and do meals. So this one would have a new kitchen. It would expand for new mothers, for pantry. It would have for study rooms for their students. Remember, they also support foreign students. They even support the Army, So I mean, they're for everybody. But what this would be, it'd be $1 million fix, and they have the following. So they went out for donations. Charity League is $286,000 pledged. HEB $150,000. Chenier $150,000. We also have the Port. Pat McNeil Foundation and Anonymous Foundation. They've had a request to the EDC for $250,000 for Type B. The EDC board approved it on one reading, just so you know, to recommend approval for the Type B board. The Type B board met last month, and they recommended approval. And now we're asking for for council to approve it for $250,000, and it will they will complete within 1 year. And let me tell you, as I said in the thing, it's one thing that's to say we support the military. It's another thing to help them in their mission to help, the warfighters of the future and the warfighters now, especially, because there's probably 250, 300 enlisted people on board, plus all the officers and the foreign students. So we recommend approval, and I stand by to answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? So does this get you over the top? This 250 gets them to their $1 million? Does that get you close?
Yes, it will. We will be there.
So construction's ready to get started, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
I just got a question.
Mr. Garza, did you want to?
Yeah, I just have a
Okay,
question.
Mr.
Yes, sir. So we're going to vote on a $250,000 grant, but you've got it listed over a 5-year agreement.
No,
I'm just
sir,
gonna be
what it'll do
concerned-
is once they've completed the construction, now, they don't have, on board, on base, they don't have certificate of occupancy, but they can have certificate of completion from the one, once they have finished the payments and they have no liens, and they've gone 60 days throughout that, then they will get paid the entire amount.
Okay, but it's not going to drag out to 5 years?
Yes.
It's just- All right, thank you.
Mr. Roy, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Any other questions? Anybody from the cloud? All right, entertain a motion for approval of item 14. Oh, no, is it the public hearing?
No.
Oh,
This
just a
isn't a
brief.
public hearing. No, we're good.
Okay.
Move to approve, Mayor.
All right, I have a motion and a second on item 14. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. The next briefing.
Thank you, sir.
Item 15 is Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the second quarter update to the city council. And
Good
Mr. Ian
afternoon,
Vasey.
afternoon, Mayor, council members. Ian Vasey, the CEO of Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, here with not so good news like Mike gets to do. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, if you will. Let's see, we've got a presentation that we'd like to go through. I don't know if we can pull it up here. I don't see it yet. I don't know if the folks in the cloud can manage that. What's that? Give it time? Yeah, it was sent and it was loaded in and what have you. I can just talk if people want. I mean, Mayor, it's up to you.
well, you can get started and then we can
All
catch
right.
up with you.
So let's see.
If you get your books, I don't know whether you got books. Those of us have.
Oh, we don't?
The Canaries have books, so we can see the charts.
Okay, well, we'd sent it in and anyway. I know Mike had loaded in into Legistar a while ago. So let's see, the unemployment rate was hovering around 4%. Then it spiked to about 15%, 15.7%, and it started to come back down to 14.7%, and now it's sitting at 10.1%. We talk about it being the best of times and the worst of times, but it's starting to, the economy took a major hit, and it's starting to recover. If you look at the second, or I suppose the third slide on the employment by sector, we dropped from 194,000 jobs in June 2019 to, in May, it went to 173,000 jobs, and now it's starting to recover back 181,000 jobs. We've had a couple of sectors that were really hit very, very severely. Mining and, it's called mining and logging construction, but it's really the mining sector, which is the oil and gas extraction sector in our area, lost 3,900 jobs. Business services was down 2,000, and leisure and hospitality was down especially hard, 5,400. So it was, we're starting to recover. I mean, we were down 13,400 from last year, but it came up again between May and June of this year. We're continuing to operate at full capacity, working with a mix of in-office, remote working, things like that. But we shifted to a number of things that we've been doing to collect data, which we've given to you all in the past. We've done 3 rounds of the business condition survey. The next survey, oh, here we go. The next survey is going out on the 24th. So here's where you see the unemployment rates go up, and then it's starting to come back down again. Let's see if I can move to the next one. Let's see. All right. You'll see that's what I was talking about with the employment by sector for Corpus Christi. So you see the sectors that got hit, and we're starting to recover, and some of them are recovering okay, but there's still that leisure and hospitality and the mining sector that's a little bit down. Let's see if we can go to the next one. what are we doing here? All right, so these are the surveys we're talking about, and we've done 4 of those. In fact, actually, the state has started picking up on our methodology, so we've shared it with the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and a number of other cities are actually starting to use our survey methodology for gathering data on what actually happens and present that to the various elected boards around the state. And if you remember, so it's that people like yourselves can make informed decision based on not on anecdotal information, but you're actually getting some hard data for that. And we've presented this information to the White House, and their director of local government affairs actually liked our survey and has shared it with a couple of other folks as well. Let's see, what do we got here? I don't know if this is working.
You could just make a verbal.
Oh, next slide. Okay.
There you go.
We'll go to the next slide. All right, so we did our July survey, and that was, it's not lining up with what I've got in my notes here. It's one of those days, isn't it? Our senior executive breakfast, we've moved those all online. We're getting 60, 70 people of those. We did a seminar with a world-level expert, Dr. Megan Crawford, who was a visiting professor here at A&M Corpus Christi, and she is a professor at Edinburgh University in Scotland, and she's a behavioral economist, and she talked about and educated about 100 folks on quantitative data for potential outcomes from the changing COVID world economy situation. We've started our new Mark Knight Frank Target Industry Study, which we've talked about a number of times before. We use these studies to build the case for going out and recruiting companies. The best examples of that were 5 years ago when I worked, our team worked on that, and we presented it to you as a city council. We talked about the need for the case for an ethane cracker and also a electric arc steel furnace. And we said, with these pieces of the puzzle, and we do these pieces for workforce training, which we subsequently did with Del Mar and their program in the university and their industrial engineering programs. All of a sudden, we were able to use that, and then we just landed a steel plant and an ethane cracker. And I want to talk about that. Let's go to the next slide and see what we get on there. So we've been working on, we'll be working on some of our roundtables. We were involved with the Lift Fund program, as you know. And I was wanting to talk about the Steel Dynamics project. So over the weekend, there was a job fair, and they had over 3,552 people applied and get an initial screening and are coming back. And and this was a really kind of strange thing. We got word from Glenn Pushis, the president of that division, yesterday. Very happy with the turnout. So they're going to be immediately hiring 75 people and then adding another 300 before the end of the first quarter next year. And it's limited by the number of people that they can actually take to their other facilities and train in any one time. So they're going to take 75 people in the first tranche, and then they're going to build it up, and then by this time next year, there's going to be, well, probably the end of next year, there's going to be north of 600 people on there. We're already talking to like other companies that are going to go on there. And the strangest thing for me is I was talking to my mother, who's 80 years old and living in England, and she watched this, she looked at the news coverage of it, and she goes, I looked at those people lining up for those jobs, and knowing unemployment's at 10% or whatever, she goes, I was thinking about the families and what they're going to do, and their spending, and they're going to restaurants and things. And she said, for the first time ever, I kind of understand what you actually do for a living, which I've been doing it 25 years, and it's taken her this long to figure out. But that's what it's starting to get to, is those job fairs. When we talk about putting the deals together, and when you as a city council approved those water agreements to make that deal possible, this is one of the things. And when you get 3,500 people applying for those jobs, that's important. So that's where the rubber meets the road. Let's go to the next slide on this one as well. Let's see, we've been involved in the technical guidelines for the Small Business Regional Pandemic Program, which is still rolling and doing some things there. Or we gathered data on the SBA's Paycheck Protection Program, and so there was $196 million was loaned through the SBA into our market here. And let's go to the next slide and see what we get next one. So we hosted a panel on the USMCA, which is with Ruth Hughes and the consul generals from Mexico and Canada to talk about that. We had over 100 people on that one. So, and I want to kind of talk through some of the things. So the last slide is, there's 19, last piece is 19 active attraction projects for a total of 2,800 jobs and about 21 billion in capital expenditure. So 8 of those are in the petroleum sector. So they're looking throughout the region, and you know, whether they land or not, we don't know, but we certainly get a look at those kind of deals. And then 8 companies are looking at the steel campus, and I have a high confidence level in those. If you remember when we started, we all collectively started the Steel Dynamics project. We said we were going to, you know, not just go to, you know, 600 acres standalone steel plant. We said, look, and we worked with the company. They bought 2,400 acres, and they're building a campus of suppliers and customers and things like that. So customer companies are locating on the site. A couple of months ago, there was a bolt manufacturer located on it. And don't be surprised if you see in the next quarter, 2 more companies announced. Both are publicly traded companies, so I'm not going to say too much about them because there's SEC guidelines, so we can't talk about that. But what it is at the end of the day, I think there's going to be somewhere between 8 and 10 companies joining Steel Dynamics on their campus. Probably by the time we're done, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 workers, jobs on that campus. And it's already having the effect on driving residential growth in the Cal Allen area, Toloso Midway, and as well as Sinton as well. So it's being felt. In fact, I talked to a bank president here in town, and he said one of his employees was 2 houses went on the market on the same day, and both sold the same day to Steel Dynamics employees. So that's kind of the effect it's having in the Cal Allen area as an example. So that's what we're doing. We've got a wind turbine project as well that as we fill out those. So we're talking to a wind turbine company. And then to complete the 19, there's 2 tech-related companies operating unmanned aerial systems and drones. So we're working with the university to locate those high-paying technology jobs in our market as well. So you know, those are the things we're working on. We're still pursuing those. I know there was a couple of questions about, and I know Jim Lee, Dr. Lee today presented at the Port Commission, and we work with Jim Lee a lot on things about the air quality and with Gretchen and her team as well. The limit being 70 parts per billion. We're testing at about 61 parts per billion. It's been stated by the experts that we're not, and I wrote this quote down, not in danger of losing the attainment standard, so that those are good. And we are very conscious and cognizant that we do sustainable and smart economic development. We try not to work on deals with folks who are bad actors, if you will. We work with those companies, and Mr. Jones, Commissioner Jones on the Port Commission today said we are very cognizant that we are working with those companies that have high levels of standards for environmental protection. And also, as part of the presentation with the Bays and Estuaries, Ray Allen, the director of that, complimented the work that the EDC does with his team to protect the environmental standards. And we introduce and bring folks together in the evaluation process for those projects. And his team works with them to make sure that they're protecting our bays and estuaries as well. So we try to do things in a pretty smart and environmentally sustainable mechanism. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sorry for the earlier glitch.
Anyone have any questions?
I do.
Mr. Roy? All right. 2?
Can you-
2? Oh, there. All right, in the cloud, back in the room.
Cloud has questions.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Vacy. You mentioned one of the projects was a wind turbine. Is that a wind farm or?
No, I can't say too much more again, but it's a manufacturer of an assembler of the pieces. So we generally don't work on building a wind farm. That wouldn't be something that would add a lot of jobs in our area.
Okay, and we've had this discussion before. As we mature and moving away from the so-called big iron projects, where's the EDC on that, taking advantage? I see you've got 3 projects that fall out of that, 2 techs and this renewable. Or what's just going on in the EDC from that standpoint?
You know, Councilman, we have to work where the market tells you where the market is, and that's our economics 101. So we're going to still see some energy projects. We're still going to see related to some of the big iron steel projects and things like that, which are actually high-tech manufacturing if you really get down to it. But part of the reason we're doing the target industry study is to help us look at where we're going to, the best analogy I've got is if you remember Wayne Gretzky, and they asked what made him so good at hockey, is that he said, I don't skate to where the puck is, I don't skate where the puck is, I skate to where the puck is going to be. So that's one of the reasons that we're looking at a top-down look at opposition research against ourselves, our market, understanding how we can move to the next level, and what are those next advantages. So we've got the industry-leading site selection company, and it's led by a lady, the managing director out of Dallas. Her name's Kim Moore. She's a graduate of Cal Allen High School, I think, and she grew up in Kingsville before she did that. And so she's helping us take a look at where opportunities are going to be, not where they are just today.
Well, and I thank you for that. For those that hunt out there, you always lead the target with it. But we're seeing on our the islands with it some substantial changes and positive changes there. So is the EDC looking at that?
Yeah.
It has been COVID resistant, so to speak. Both Padre Island and Mustang Island and Port Aransas have had a very strong summer with people attracted to our area. Like you said, working on our strengths. So where's the EDC looking at that, whether it's retirement, hospitality, resorts? Are you making progress there?
Well, Councilman, we have to work, we generally have to work on those primary sector jobs, meaning like I'm not going to work on recruiting a new Toyota dealership because the existing Toyota dealership's just going to lose half of its sales. So we have to be careful. We work on those projects that bring new revenue overall into the market. So if there's those kind of opportunities, yes, we will be doing that. But we're not really going to be working those service sector ones and just displacing existing dollars within the market. So, you know,
I'm just talking about this large growth on the islands. We're obviously attracted. I saw one list where the number 5 in retirement destinations on this. These are really big ad valorem tax generators. There's over, in Corpus Christi, there's $2.4 billion in ad valorem on the island. And not all, those are not Toyota dealerships, but we may have some resort type things. So I just hope you keep that in your portfolio because it's a growing economic driver.
Yeah, we are.
And one last thing, thanks for your update on the ozone, that, you know, for our area, maintaining compliance with it. And it's kind of like when I was working with the Corps of Engineers, avoidance is the best policy. So if we're looking for economic activity that doesn't add to the ozone, that's, you know, that's a good thing. But again, thanks for your presentation and all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much, Councilman. And again, one of the things we are looking at as part of our study is that now people are realizing, we think that that teleworking or distance working now has been accelerated by perhaps 10 years. People that are, you know, with enough gray hair like myself would have never considered it a number of years ago. Now people are getting used to it. People companies may not have to be located in New York or Chicago or wherever the headquarters is. So those are things we're going to be taking a look at as part of our target industry study. And we're also doing some things with place attachment surveys, which is part of a kind of a quality of life initiative, which, if you will, is what are the things that attract people to an area. So those teleworkers, you know, if you instead of having to be located in, you know, Midtown Manhattan, you can live somewhere else in the country. And what are those things that we can build on to make ourselves more attractive? So we're taking a look at those kind of things.
Anybody else in the cloud?
Yes, sir. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
First off, Ian, you know, thank you and Mike and your team for the great work you did with the LIFT Fund. I know I've heard just some great things from the community, and I know you guys obviously had a big part in that and making it a success. You know, kudos to you and your team and the people at LIFT Fund. I think that helped out. I know that a lot of people that it helped out. So thank you so much. The other thing I might want to add is, you know, I can't. I know and I appreciate all the work that your team does also to ensure that as we're recruiting businesses to come down, to make sure that they're environmentally conscious. I don't think the community knows enough about that. You know, here recently with this challenge that we've had with the people, the opposition to desal, a lot of it is more passion and misinformation. And it gets out there, you know, like the statement, we're building $1 billion, desal plant, which is obviously not true, you know, and it's just that rhetoric gets out there. And obviously we can't always control everybody. There's people that are passionate and they're just based on rhetoric, but there's a lot of more pragmatic individuals that if we just sent that message out on a regular basis, then they would feel more confident about the work that we're doing to try and, you know, find more primary jobs, more high-paying primary jobs, capitalize on our access to water and the port, and that we're, while still being environmentally conscious. So I think if we could just work a little bit harder to get that word out there, and anything that we could do here at the city to support you, I'd be all for it.
Councilman, the work that you did and a number of other folks who were involved in the Lift Fund project, Peter and Constance did a great job being able to help move money around to be able to do that. That's helped over 150 companies in the city of Corpus Christi. In fact, I got well, it wasn't me, it was one of my staff got a call from a person. I'm not going to identify them because it would be embarrassing, but this person called basically in tears that they hadn't wanted to go through the PPP program. This Lift Fund program helped them save their business. It's a long-time business here, and the lady that called was really appreciative, and she was basically in tears with joy that she was able to get this program. And you know what? That's what makes the difference sometimes. And I was going, I went home that night and told my daughter about it, who's 17, and she basically said, she goes, well, that's my favorite business. And she goes, I go there all the time. And you know, it's things like that that help companies. And then on the water piece, at the end of the day, I think a lot of us have forgotten that, you know, 6-7 years ago, we were in a drought. And I think at the end of the day, if we're going to keep growing as a community, we're going to need water from all sources. We're going to need, I hate to say the word water agnostic, but when the companies come to us and say, do you have water? The answer has to be, yes, we do have water. So whatever the solution is, that's one of the things that from an economic development perspective, we are very cognizant of, that when a company turns the taps to create those jobs and they need the water's there.
Mr. Molina?
Oh,
Oh, excuse me, I'll get you.
my light's not, I don't know if it works or not. It does, okay.
I got Mr.
I think we're all just having tech
Okay, well,
problems today.
Go ahead.
Ian,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay,
then.
all right, I'll go if you
No,
insist.
really go.
Thank you, okay. I'll be brief. I'll keep it short this time. Ian, I had a couple of people reach out about the types of businesses that are coming in, and you touched on it. And I know that you can't go into a whole lot of detail about what types of businesses are coming in. How often are these non-disclosure agreements utilized when you're in these discussions? And can you remind us, because I know you've talked to us before about it, the importance of using that as a tool to attract businesses?
If it was up to me, we don't hide behind non-disclosure agreements. It's the companies that are on the other side. And the larger the companies, the more likely they are to be publicly traded companies. So you're getting into Securities and Exchange Commission issues with some of those. In fact, one of the companies that's, I'm going to tell you, is locating probably, knock on wood, on the Steel campus. We can't talk about it. We can't say a thing about it because it would affect share prices, and people could trade on that information and make money ahead of time before it's out there in the public. So we have to be very, and it's not our call. If you remember, this is one of those, when we first started talking, as an example, to the Exxon Gulf Coast Growth Ventures project, it was just a project called Yosemite. We'd been working on it for several months, and it finally got to the point where I was going to have to spend, I think it was between $10,000 and $15,000 on engineering to be able to give them that data so they could get to the next level. And they were looking at 18 or 20 cities, I seem to think it was, in 3 or 4 states. And I wasn't willing to spend the money to do it. Mike and I looked at each other and went, we're not going to do that. And I can talk about it now in hindsight, now it's in public. And the law firm that was representing them said, hey, we're going to send you a non-disclosure agreement. The confidentiality agreement was 26 pages, included personal, professional. They'd not just go after our company. I mean, they'd go after my house and, you name it if you talk about it. And I've never seen anything of 26 pages, but we scrolled through it and we get to the bottom of it. Because, the number of people who show up in the office and say, I'm going to do $1 billion plant with 1,000 jobs, we see them a lot. And you never think, most of them don't come to anything. But at the end of the day, we get to the signature block, and Mike and I looked at each other and went, it's Exxon and SABIC. And you just, the impression is it got very real at that point. Those are the kind of companies who, you go to Scrooge McDuck's money pit and just shovel enough gold till you got to the number they're looking for, or, things like that. And it's not our choice to do that. But these are the companies that they maintain confidentiality because there's competitors out there who are looking at the same locations. They're negotiating in certain cases incentives against multiple locations, and they're trying to buy land. And if you're a landowner and all of a sudden you hear Exxon's buying, your price just goes up. Mm-hmm. But so that's why it's a really complicated thing. And if it was up to me, I would just do it out in the open and it's easier. But that's not how the game is played in this industry.
So these non-disclosure agreements, they're usually not generated by your office?
We don't do it.
Yeah.
We're the ones signing the ones before the companies disclose who they are.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Ian, thank you very much. You mentioned, so Dr. Lee's report was overall a positive. It was good this morning?
I will tell you that we talked about, and we've been talking for a long time with Gretchen and the air quality group about what happens with if you go into non-attainment. I mean, I used to work in economic development in Baton Rouge, which did go into non-attainment, and it's not a good thing for economic development or any of the industries. And again, let me reiterate that both Jim Lee and Gretchen have said that we're not in danger and we're trending in the right direction. And the federal level 70 parts per billion, and we're right around 60, 61, something like that. So we're well under that limit. Now, it wouldn't behoove us to bring in a bad actor, if you will, who puts things into the air that moves us all into non-attainment status. Just wouldn't. It's not a smart long-term play. And Jim Lee's calculating that if we go into the moderate attainment or marginal non-attainment, which is just breaking above that 70 parts per billion, he thinks it's somewhere between 565 million and 1.69 billion of cost per year, because the companies that are here now are going to have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars retrofitting plants, putting scrubbers on, doing things to take care of the air. And it almost flies in the face of the existing coalition of companies that are here on the ground right now that have been working on this for 10, 15 years to bring those levels down, and it's been improving. Our air quality is significantly better today than it was a number of years ago because companies that are in the Inner Harbor and other places are actually doing those proactive steps. And one of the things to watch for, it's not even the industry folks that you really got to watch for. It's that if you add so much in population, it's cars and trucks on the road. That's one of the major contributors. So those are all the things you got to, it's a very complex issue, and that's you could talk about it for a whole hour if you want.
What would you say, you said in regards to this, because that's obviously extremely important, as we all know, the attainment. We're at 61 parts per billion. Mm-hmm. And 70 parts is, I guess,
that's the threshold.
That's
called the NAAQS standard, National Ambient Air Quality Standard.
At what point, though, is it dangerous? At what point do we say,
the federal standard has come down from 85 to 80 to, it's come down, the federal level has been moving those down. Now those are things that are arguable by physicians and economists and things like that. That's a much more complicated issue than I would be qualified to venture into. But what I would tell you is that we're significantly below what the federal standard is. We are trending in the right direction.
Is 70 the federal standard?
70 parts per billion is the federal. And there's a really weird case as well, because in a sense, and I know I've had to become something conversant in this, but ozone at ground level is made up of essentially NOx and volatile organic compounds. They interact to create the ozone. Now, there's people who will argue that non-native species, long growing seasons, high amount of sunshine, things like that, agriculture, they can contribute to volatile organic compounds. And there's even people who are saying, and that there's legitimate scientific articles about that, colonial Virginia probably, with the tobacco and things like that, would contribute to the VOCs and
Well,
maybe
yes,
not even
but
meet standards.
respectfully, so can 19 projects come in. And so depending on what those are, and I'd like to know a little bit more, I know you can't, I don't really care for names, but are we talking 19 projects they're going to need more water? 19 projects that are going to affect that attainment, those parts per billion? So 70, you said, just for clarity, that's the federal level. We're at 61. Where, in your opinion, are we have to get worried about that? At 65, at 66? I'm just curious.
Probably in the mid-60s.
Mid-60s, okay, that's okay, that's fine. But again, 19 projects can affect that. That's my concern.
And I'm going to tell you that we're not going to win all 19 of those
What
projects.
would you say we would?
On the steel side, which are not major contributors to things like that, because they're essentially manufacturing, we might get all 8 of those. But the major chemical ones, petrochemicals, out of the 8, maybe 1, maybe 2.
Okay.
And those, based on our experience in dealing with those, that shouldn't put us above those limits.
Do we have, out of those 19, how much percentage water that need their water demand type?
Well, the steel ones are going to be minimal water. I mean, they'll probably come out of the Steel Dynamics, probably in the region, maybe at 1 million gallons. I don't know the answer to that. A major water user on the petrochemical side could add anywhere from 5 million to 30 million
Well, this is
gallons a
very,
day.
very important, I think, for council, because we're talking about desal. We're talking about pulling the trigger on something that we're being told there are 19 projects that we're looking at. And how many of those 19 projects are going to demand more water? So
The steel
that
deal,
is, yeah, but it is critical that the council know, out of the 19, I would say, I don't know whose call this is to make, I would imagine yours. We're looking at 10, getting 10 of those. So my question, responsibly, would be, out of those 10, what's the water demand?
Okay.
Because we are about to discuss and talk about millions and millions of dollars that could affect the taxpayer. And without that piece of the pie, it's not wise to move forward if we're not sure here.
Okay, let me answer you in 2 pieces on this one. So the steel campus, the 8 projects there, it's probably a couple million gallons, maybe. Now, the petrochemical is a different matter entirely. That's a different industry. We could, and when you add water, and especially with major customers, you don't go up in a straight linear line. It goes up in major chunks, if you will. You add a 10 million gallon a day user, you're not going up in a line, you're going that the next year when they turn the water on.
Right.
So, a couple of those, the smaller type projects are probably the 6 to 10 range. Now, there are big ones out there. Exxon was an example, and that's in the 20 to 25 million gallon range. If we were to land another one of those kind of deals, could you be in the 20 to 30 million gallon a day from one of those users? You could. Could easily do it.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Last question, and this is really not, it is regarding, what we're doing, but it's some conversations we've had in the past in regards to the environment and these companies that release the nurdles, which are extremely detrimental to the environment and to sea life. Can we put that in a contract to where we have them abide by certain measures?
You're talking about the nurdles and how they load and unload those. So that's the conversation we've had in the past. We've talked to a number of industry folks. Now, there's changing standards every single year on that. Now, could we request in the contracts that they supply us with the plan for that? But if we adopt a plan that says you will do X, that may not apply to everybody on the industries. And it may change within the next year or when the federal standards come out. But we can request, and we've talked to industry folks, that they supply us with the plan that they will manage those nurdles. But if you get into you shall do a bottom load.
No, and that's not what I mean. I just mean do our part in requesting or
Yeah, we do that, by the way, and one of the things we do, and when we were talking about the Steel Dynamics thing, and I mentioned Mr. Pushis earlier, he and I got into it very early on in the process, because I want to make sure that they are the top-level environmental operator that they can be, because we don't want one of those bad actors. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to get sued, but we know there's bad actors out there in terms of environmental sense. We don't want to do deals with those folks. No, we can't stop people, but we can certainly recommend against the incentive pieces to be able to make those deals happen. So we only want to work with those high-level environmental folks that are doing top quality and industry-leading best practices.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Don't see any other lights on.
One more, Mayor, I missed some of my notes here.
Okay.
Here, did you say that there's a bolt manufacturing company that's
Yeah. JM Steel, they announced a couple of weeks ago, it's, I forget, it's about 50, 60 million. I think it's about 50 jobs. I'm doing that off the top of my head, but JM Steel announced that they're going to go on the Steel Dynamics campus. You can pull it up. They did public announcements and press releases. I know the Caller Times covered it.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Let me just ask you, did you have something? Go ahead.
Real quick, and we've talked a lot about potential companies that may be slated to come into our area, but is there anything that we can get in terms of a recap of, there's a lot of companies that may have been affected by the economy in the last 6 to 8 months. I think about some of the development and construction that's around the port area, like CC Polymers or one of those, and get an update on where they're at. How are they doing in terms of just trying to get a real good understanding of, are they making traction to recoup some of the things that, or where they said they were going to be, and just try to get a general feel, because I think when you look at demand, whether it's water or whatever resources that we have in our area, I think we have to look at our existing demand as well as future demand.
To the extent that some of that information is proprietary, I mean, we can't really share some of that in
No, I don't
public,
mean-
but we can talk about some of the things that are
Maybe
that
on
are
an
public.
industry basis without being specific, and just talk about, okay, these are the players that, just kind of like what you did with, at the beginning of this presentation, talking about certain sectors that have rebounded.
Okay.
But I think it would just be good to know that,
I mean, if we're talking in generalities, I mean, I won't talk about, XYZ company is struggling because of this, because those are the kind of things that, the economic development people, in fact, a guy I know back in Louisiana got himself into trouble on some insider trading things because he went home and talked about something on a deal, and his father-in-law and his brother-in-law went and took that information, traded on it, and I think they're in deep trouble right now. So, we are very cautious about what we...
No, maybe just from an industry perspective to see, okay, where are certain industries at? Is there anybody overall suffering? Maybe kind of a high-level conversation about that.
Okay.
Or even just an email or follow-up or memorandum. It doesn't have to be something, that we have to come back and address.
I'll see what I can do, and I don't want to make a statement until I kind of think about it a little bit more and kind of investigate this. And it's not that I'm saying it's a bad idea, because it certainly is a good idea. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't want to make a statement in public before I know what what we can say and what we can't. I hope that's we'll take a look at it.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day, man.
All right, that completes the briefing. Then we've got 2 executive sessions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, Mayor.
And
We're going to do item number 16 and item number
language, Ms. Worth, that
18.
I need to read on that one, or the same one as the one that went at lunch?
It's the same one at lunch, sir.
Okay. Then right now, that's 16 and 18.
Yeah.
Is the, for the public watching, we've completed the agenda with the exception of 2 items. One is to meet with the city's attorney on the sewer system, water system, drainage system, and the other one is related to some legal documents and some other things, and agreement on police academy at or near Rodfield Road. So we'll go into executive session. Where was my number there? On items 16 and 18, per the Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072, and we'll return when we complete that.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll reconvene the council meeting, and anybody got anything else they want to say?
Mayor, are we doing future agenda items?
If you got some, speak up.
Yes, in the policy for the concrete and asphalt street discussion, it's supposed to be reviewed every year, and I believe that was supposed to be done in August. If we can have our engineer department do a review on that. And specifically for the utilization of HDPP or HDPE, which is the high-density polypropylene plastic-type pipes that can be used underneath concrete streets. If we can save money on using that type of piping as opposed to concrete piping, we could save lots of money and probably make a concrete more viable in terms of cost. But I'd like to see an evaluation on that. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Meeting adjourned.